OBS is such a troll. I was about to do my intro, but then I realized that the mic switched to default again. I don't know what makes it trip up like that. But regardless, good afternoon, everyone. I I have some reservations about pulling for this new banner. And it's largely due to the what's the word? Hi, Natan. You see, I had around like 40,000-ish lunacy before the Honglu banner. But when it happened, I'm not even kidding, chat. I had to hard pity. It was a disaster. The likes of which no one has ever seen. But I'll tell you what. I'll probably do my ticket now. I don't like waiting for capstones. And granted, I could probably get a dupe here. Because I do have Otis, Sinclair, Faust. Both of these two, this one, and this one, and this one. It's like... It's less than a half's chance of getting something new. But I'm still gonna try. I don't even know if Roger's ID is even good, actually. All I know is that I should probably still get her just for the fact that she has Sanguine Desire. And I do have that, except for the passive. I should probably threat spin it at some point. So as a celebration, let's just hope I get something new. Please. Okay, come on.
아, 엄마. 들어올 때 노크 좀 해달라니까. 들어오는 게 싫은 건 아니야.
I'm not even kidding. This is
월간 해결사 잡지
the worst outcome.
안 바쁘면
Actually, no, not the worst outcome. A dupe would be the worst outcome, but out of any of the new IDs that I haven't gotten, this is certainly it. Because I'm just gonna show y'all my NV team right now. It's still nothing. Like, granted, probably Hong Lu and Co there I could probably do, but like, oh my god, it's so fucked. It's so over. But you know what? Let's actually, you know, I feel a little bit gambly today. I think I can break even anyways, because what's the name? Limbus does give you like 2 tent poles for every event, so there's no harm in trying. Oh! Wait. Okay, this is potential.
야만적이라고 할 땐 언제고 왜들 이렇게 못해? 사기를 난 것처럼.
Okay, never mind. Thank you, Roja. Thank you. I cannot believe I got her in that. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's just uptie her. We're saying goodbye to. It's officially goodbye for the manager of La Mancha Land. Actually, should I get something fleet, right? No. It's a good passive for right now because I don't have. I mean, I guess we'll do that right now, but yeah, let's just uptie her because I know I have more than enough thread that we can make room for. Oh yeah, we We have enough. I just need to make some room, so to speak. Actually, no. We should be fine, because I do remember that I have universal thread spin. Let's see, where are you? There you are. I haven't read most of her kids, so hopefully she's good.
이 소리 들려? 서로 다른 생물의 뼈마디가 맞물리는 이 맹렬한 선율. 고작 힘줄 몇 가닥 당겼을 뿐인데도 구조적으로 비틀림 하나 없이 착착. 잠깐. 내 설명.
You sure this is the Dochin's artwork? Hold on. Why doesn't it have any fur? Where are the claws? There's no way the Dochin would skip using a wolf as the motif of her piece. Maybe you didn't examine it thoroughly enough. I did. Right there. See? There's an autograph on the side. That's Miss Rojin's alright. Anyone who joins the School of Fauvism carries a beast or two tucked away within their heart. Some cuddle up to a cat. Others leash a dog. Or a goat, even. Wow, I didn't know they cuddle up to Honglu's here. Tied real close to the core of who they really are. Well, doesn't mean they can actually handle it. But hey, everyone's got at least one they draw from for their inspiration. And in my case, it's a wolf. Ow! A whale, though. That's rather unexpected. You think she's decided to switch styles? That can't be right. How many artists do you know who survived these reinventions? Sure, changing the beast you're gonna stick with is a hot topic in the School of Fauvism. But I say that's the kind of nonsense idiots with no eye for beauty like to chew on. Anyone with a halfway decent eye would have clocked it already. I'm still running with Wolf. Yep, still there nestled in my heart with my work. Hasn't gone anywhere. Hear them? Hello? Didn't I tell you to keep it down during viewing hours? The walls have ears around here. Don't let that little bird going around telling people stuff hear ya, if you know what I mean. Well, the students are making a valid point. Chasing trends, flipping identities on a whim. Well, it's kind of our gimmick, Dochin. It's an ugly sight, to be frank. I know. It does kind of look like you're not committing to your inspiration. Folks get satisfied with a shallow little scratch, and they call it a day. Not my thing at all. Yeah. Not a lot of people pull that off and make it work, right? Besides the Maestro, anyway. Well, the Maestro's an outlier who has an exceptional understanding and affection for every beast. She returns from each excursion with a new fixation, and yet it seems to deepen the profundity of her work all the more. That's true. And looks like she's back from a little excursion to the outskirts this time. Oh, they go that far out? Okay. In any case, it would be prudent to address the students' concerns. They might just walk away with the wrong impression otherwise. Will you be walking them through an interpretation of that piece? Still on the fence, honestly. I was kind of hoping one of them would connect the dots without me having to draw the lines for them, you know? They always say what matters is only the things your eyes can see. But if everything has to be so conspicuous, where's the fun in that? I guess even a single layer of interpretation is already too subtle for the student's artistic perception. Fangs sunk into the whale hide. Sinews stretched tight to keep it unrolled. All of them pulling together like a pack on the hunt. That ferocious medium, taken from wolves, makes the real, hidden artwork. They just look a little closer, it seems, to be blown away by the intent of the maker. I know it feels like a waste of educational material to spell it out, but perhaps we could give them some guidance. A proper lecture to toss them a bit of inspiration. The students' grades lately, let's just say they've seen better days. They probably haven't been exposed to the more recent iteration of artworks. Not exactly a promising batch, huh? Well, there's that one over there. And maybe the other one too. That one? Seeing his artwork is like staring at something that's been declawed before it even learned to scratch. No creativity, no curveballs. Straight lines and monotony. Still, his grasp on the theory is flawless. Is that Merceau? Oh, but I do understand why he doesn't stand out in your eyes, Roja. You've always been exceptional at encapsulating variety and artwork since your student days. Your old piece, Hunger, Thirst, is still being exhibited, you know. One of the few student artworks deemed worthy of a pedestal on its own. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. That thing's still up? Hunger, Thirst. Fear and hunger, in fact. Subpar junk I slapped together with whatever rotten scraps of beaten hide I could get my hands on. Back when I was freezing my bones off, hungry as a wolf. Wasn't about chasing art. I just needed something to catch the ring's eye. Figured if I got noticed, I wouldn't have to go to sleep hungry. Didn't know a damn thing about fundamentals back then. And yet, people couldn't take their eyes off it. What was their critique again? Apparently, it laid bare the hunger of a beast and the brutality that stems from it. Uh-huh. Thought you'd be more flattered. Actually, I'm not a huge fan. It's mine, yeah, but it's just grubby. Not that I don't get why people are reacting like that. I mean, I couldn't recreate it if I tried. Not in a million years. Fair enough. Then let's leave it at that, shall we? I got some money in my pocket now. I can actually splurge on whatever materials caught my eye without a second thought. I get to put together some solid pieces and even go out on hunts. Back when I created that piece, this kind of life wasn't even on the table. Yeah, now I understand. I understand it now. What they mean by farity when they talk about that artwork of mine. Still, I would never want to go back to those days just to encapsulate that kind of farity. Alright, guess I'll schedule a lecture session tomorrow. Busy today? Mm-hmm. Got some business at the House of Spiders. Oh. So the rumors of its collapse were true after all. There anything there worth picking up? The last person who went said it remained much the same. Just corporate works cluttering the place. There's gotta be something waiting there. The Meister's sending me out for anything that needs collecting, right? I need to let these lines finish before I start speaking. Who knows? Maybe it's finally come together. The long-held wish the House of Spiders have been weaving for ages. Yeah, I talk big game, but figures. Nothing I didn't expect to see. Can't ride the same success forever just because it used to pay off. You've got to be willing to cut loose when it starts going stale. People get bored fast these days. If your piece can't be branded with the word groundbreaking, viewers will just walk right past it. I mean, just look at this place. The gallery must have been lacking visitors enough for some strays to just walk in and build themselves a cozy little nest right in the open. I can see every bit of ya. No point playing coy behind that pillar. Come on. Get out of here before things get awkward. Wayfarer. Who that is? I've been hearing about this. More and more uninvited guests wandering the corridors without a guide. Without a sense of occasion. So what is it between us? Have we met before, or is this our first time meeting? Hard to tell with those tasteless masks you're wearing. Your outfits are a bit different from the last ones I saw. That logo, though. Yep, same crowd. Are those the Wayfarers? So many artworks crammed in here, you couldn't even begin to count them all. Yet somehow the whole space feels hollow. Or it is. That Corpus Maestro hasn't had a real spark in decades. Lost his edge and faded like a candle that burned out. And it really shows, walking through here. It's all the same stuff everywhere I look. Same patterns, same ideas. Things I swear I've seen somewhere before. No wonder people say the School of Corporism was way past its prime. Normally, trespassers in the corridor get torn apart on sight without any questions asked. But hey, maybe you're the last audience the House of Spiders' gallery is ever gonna get. Feels like a waste not to give you even a simple tour, right? Even a dump like this deserves a final hurrah before it disappears. There's plenty of detail and intent here to talk about. Not like it's hard to play curator either. This is Door Breach Team 5. We've encountered the ring. Requesting confirmation of any viable escape routes. This one. See how the arteries and veins are stitched together? Each thread woven one strand at a time. It's a duet of blood vessels. The artist went out of his way to almost completely drain the blood. Meaning, instead of color. It's all about the elasticity and tension in the vessels. Now this is the kind of art you wouldn't even try if you're not confident in the delicate improvisation. I won't lie. This is one of those techniques where I just fall flat. If some student brought this in, I'd be like, darling, you've got some serious talent. I mentor them myself. But from a maestro? Kinda underwhelming, don't you think? Enemy has begun commentary on human-based artwork within the corridor. Likely a docent of the ring, then. How should we proceed? Oh, and this one here preserves the dying scream. See this part? Press that. Hear that shriek? This whole set, an emphasis on the scream sound. How should I put this? It feels kind of dated. For iterations like these, the trend today is something with a more refined style. A little touch to soften the scream into a melody. Or instead of screams, slip in something that gives you a glimpse of the last bit of hope in making it out alive. For all the detail put into this, it's so old-fashioned. Still, I think this would be a bit much for people who've never known art their whole lives. But hey, you're all holding up surprisingly well. Kinda suspicious, honestly. Probably been zipping all over the place in these corridors. Seen a few of the ring's exhibits. Or you've run into a flatlist that exists between the corridors. The what now? Could be both. Continue recording both the commentary and physical characteristics of the enemy. Logical conclusion regarding the identity of the subject points toward her being the ring's docent. However, the subject may also be a culmination of an unknown phenomenon, or lost mimicking human form. But what? In which case? Alright, moving on to the next piece. Excuse me, you guys even listening? I mean, sure, points for taking notes and all, but art isn't something you can memorize from a note. You're supposed to really feel it. Take it in with your whole body. Subject to stop the commentary. The device has been set up. We withdraw, sir? Let's do that. Call back for now. See? This is why quality matters when it comes to the viewers. I'm out here narrating, taking the time to walk them through all this, and they're not even pretending to listen. Just tapping away on some weird gadgets. And now they're running off without leaving any proper comment on their impression. Well, can't be helped, I suppose. Have it your way. And so, I grabbed that bright red line, made a braided blood vessels and tendons, and just yank it tight in one go. Paws snap into place, clattering out this sharp little rhythm. And along those taut straights, the bones of beasts line up all neat and pretty. There's a unique structural beauty when it all falls into place. All units, disperse and relocate via designated routes. Avoid engagement and move into adjacent corridors. Oh, she's too fat. Oh. Flattened and crushed, torn and ripped apart. Uninvited guests are sprayed and splashed across the snow-white walls, leaving crude streaks of red lines. It's a form of art too intense and overwhelming for the undeserving. But once you breathe and decide, there's no helping it. Let it dig a scar in your sensibilities for life. Okay. Fucking art freak over here. We'll have to see what's up with her uptype for, though, before we start looking at her kit. Okay, so... Oh boy. Let's see the passives first. Gain homage equal to the number of bring student identities. Students. Okay. I remember Otis being one, but I don't really want to bring Otis. Not to mention that That what's the word? That I don't have her up tie 4 and also at level 1, I think. Randomly gain 1 offense level up or 1 defense level up for every stack. Okay. Randomly apply number of the ring student identities on the field, offense level up or defense level up to any 2 of the ring student identities. Okay. Okay. Prioritizes the ring father students. Okay. Combat and inflict 1 palette vibrante next turn to enemies that have Mauled Color Rouge, Mauled Color Bleu, and Touch Hardy simultaneously. Okay. So Mauled Color is Bleed, and then I think this one, yeah, Sinking. Touch Hardy. A plus 10 HP and SP damage from Bleed and Sinking effects for every stack. Okay. If target has 3, 6, 9 Mauled Rouge and Mauled Color Blue each, like 2, 3, 4 Palette Vibrante instead. Okay, yeah, and this is the damage modifier. Oh, and the random inflection. Okay. In one Le Fauvisme, mask the loop if any one of the following conditions is met. Is this permanent? Minimax speed +1, inflict more bleed and sinking potency with base skills on hit. If target has 3 Mauled Color Blue, inflict 1 sinking count. Yeah, and then this bleed count. Okay. Okay. Counts as once per turn regardless of the number of times inflicted during combat. Okay. I'm sorry, I feel a bit unsure about what's exactly be. Counts as once per turn regardless of the times inflicted during combat. Oh. Okay. Okay, so it's counted across turns. Okay, okay. I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying anyway. Like +1 more. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. It's +5 damage for every type of negative effects on target. So like +35, just on base. Flash power. Oh, reuse coin on skill 1. Okay. Welcome back, Honglu. Okay, deal +20 damage for every type of negative effect on target. 60. It looks like it's 100+ damage if everything is fully placed here. Okay. What about yeah, that's like 15 flash power for skill 1. Not too bad. And for this one, well, 3 coin power. Okay. That's 18. And that's 22, and then 24. 24 on skill 2. Okay. And then this is touch harder. Okay. Deal +20 damage for every type of negative effect on target. Max 60. Okay. Like +80? Okay. If target has 6 types of negative effect, activate as burst forth the pulsing crimson into your skin once per turn. Okay. No fun allowed. Okay, and then 24. Okay. I think that's the same output as Yisong's skill 3 coin down, right? I'm pretty sure. And then what about this one? Oh, unfocused volley. Okay. And this one's like 130 before counting the stuff from passives. Okay. This coin hits all targets of the attack. Okay, that's really good. That's really, really good. 3 attack rate. Okay. Not too bad. Target is Calibre Bronze, deal +20 damage. This target does not have Reflection. Cannot use Critique during this turn. Use as effect. Turn start, heal 5 SP, turn stack. This effect expires, gain the damage. Next turn equal. Okay. Okay. So you literally just want to always have this stuff. Or at least try to have it up. Final power 1 for every final. Sorry, for every bleed and sinking. Okay. And then what about critique? Deal +10 damage for every type of target. Oh, clash power. Oh, a lot of clash power. Okay. It's not too bad. And then reflection. And then reuse this. What the fuck is what? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, well, what is this shit? This is this is monstrous. Yeah, let's just use that. Why not? My god, that is insane. Let's also make sure to uptie her thing. Oh, I don't have enough thread for it. Yikes. I mean, Rousseau's thing is free anyway. There's no farm. Although, what is the... Ah, shit. Nope, I'm not gonna do it. I don't have thread right now anyways. I'll leave that for later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Don't say it. Yeah, I think this is just goodbye to the manager of La Mancha Land. It's a shame, but I mean, I really like Gregor, so I don't really want to give him up. I wish there were more Trevor Hemorrhage IDs, just for his team. Regardless, though, it's finally time to get started. I'm most of all, honestly, I'm curious as to how Ryoshu's at least what she's up with now, because I do remember her not really exhibiting too much change after the Kanto end, but that's me being presumptuous. And of course Gregor with how he's just kind of taking in everything. What a disaster he's gonna be, huh? Oh, I just realized I could probably borrow Rousseau, so that's probably goodbye for it's probably goodbye for Gregor too. That's a shame. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd see more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Rousseau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral processes and etiquette. All a matter of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Give me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. So... Sorry, Ishi. The wall text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onward. How many pages? A manual? Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah! That was speakers of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Sorry, the one bereft of the dead. I was right, yeah, the Limbus is in fact a company, yeah. It's been a while since we've been on the Limbus, though. I think we're still stuck in H-Corp. Bereft of the dead? I mean... Someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ufi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and time again. But it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The night of the deceased. It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter. Yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, cool kid. At least you remember. That's good enough, ain't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event of Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herbin. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questions it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it were a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. That's nice. Because if there's something that he and I realized, was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the gold glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hamley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff at funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. They even have graveyards in this shit? Well, no, they do. It's probably not all that common, though. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died. And the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where we died. Sorry, where they died. And after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of dark rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All they're brought. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury him in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hungyun, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they would lose the burial room by their next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. What's always foolishness? All of it. Comforting the soul of the departed? Another mendacity. Fake, I don't give a fucker. Fake, I don't give a fucker. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Definitely the latter. Whichever was the truth. I couldn't see that look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. Their ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So I suppose you'll be needing me now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable and to travel. Dante says to remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. What a shit show that was, huh? He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Hmm? Well, yeah, it's not like I use him for my bleak team anyways. Sure. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project. Which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two in your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if you had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... Yeah, no, that's not a... That's not the right time to feel that. That's just not... That's not the time. No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fan off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department in their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So at least you could do to thank us, be a good boy and cooperate. Oh, okay. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic at any minute. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by your department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers see Sinclair and whisked, carried really, him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Yeah. I'm worried too. Also nice to help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The Sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stray at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around with thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new colored fixer's whereabouts. Yeah, I bet. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air after that filing down. Yeah, I bet. She accessed in the Gazelle shaft. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There was something I had intended to discuss with you in Ryoshu. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA. Says CH. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice of method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem that we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though it had an idea across his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with their relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not. Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel were corrected by Don Quixote in a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts. Took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed. There is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. That entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Oh, wow, that is, okay. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. Just that entire time. Just for that. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstances, is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Wow, okay. Faust hopes this was not some guileful attempt. Sorry, this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation. Listener number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Did we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member. Seeing me tilt in my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. I still can't believe that she survived that. Like, split in half. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Okay. Is this a combat one? No, not a combat one. One second, chat. Okay, I'm back. The place Hohenheim let us to look less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Yeah, this place looks like shit. Is she cupped to the side there? Though every single medical equipment installed around seems to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from the upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Okay. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I seen her through the sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive with the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of investigation? Sorry, of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. Okay. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. And what you even doing here? There was work to be done contingent upon the information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a shit, I left-clicked there. And following a discussion with upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books. Just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much switch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. But your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and deprecation costs of this route, even at half of their current numbers. Just give her the TV, bro. This is a bit much. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your work, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. You can't hit her with the corporate stuff. That's it's gonna hurt her head. Come on. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt like as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intended on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out, anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of a corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. And I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice in the Middle, and the combat prowess that honed into the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are what likely would increase your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies do not solicit your cooperation by any means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Yeah, like what happened to... like what happened to Garion. Not that you would know her. Even though resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and simulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar prediction. Sorry, predilection. You're so freaking annoying. You know that, mister? Feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was rather a foolish thing to say. I will refer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. Yeah, I get it. What should I even say to persuade her? Oh, is she gonna work a magic? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's the first thing you bring up? That's crazy. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice anything in a family. Huh. Family. Coming from him. A middleman thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. Not a BB, okay. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising it's the same treatment for the bowl cut too. Same tastes? Young Ryoshu, maybe that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fix. I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. Can't decide whether you want to live or die. I can short of the hesitation. CQ. Or I'll slice your neck clean right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever. I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Pictures who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strongest ones. It's true that the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? It's my form of brain rot. Come on now. Like sink? It's so random. Who even says that? Me. I say that. Why not? Ryoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides... No. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... Well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Ouch. Kira pushed herself up from bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assumed the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come. You will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Huh. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then. Let us head to the House of Spiders at once. Back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Oh boy, is it combat time? I feel so brain-rotted, like while wanting to like fight. I just want to see what's up. Okay. Oh, but we can we can deploy Sinclair? Okay. Well, anyways. Let's do this. And let's see if we can get a thing of support. Although that might be a bit of a foregone conclusion. Can we? Because I don't feel like we can. Everyone's just too like thumb and like lobotomy pill right now. So in that case, let's just bring over the manager of La Mancha. Did you ever ego up, right? Yeah. Perfect.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
It's not like I even know his like kid anyways. I mean, it's probably similar to like a lesser extent of like rodeos, but only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Thither be? Is it thither or tither? Thither. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems your introductions are in order for both sides. Is this the start of another W Corp? This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with LIMBUS Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, has been referred to as the Neo or Aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Yeah, okay, I figured that's what they were going for. Our employees have been taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I don't think we want to take that title though. Anything L Corp related is just fucked. Don't do that to us. Please. I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the manager and sinners of the LCB department. Our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. Matters. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. Whoa! What? Why does that face feel so familiar? The man stepped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm. As if my ticking didn't bother him at all. Like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of LIMBUS Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalize on the suppressions of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? Manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit of sales was distributed to the LCB. At the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Yeah, fair. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. Did she come back hauling piles of them? So they're probably connected to the backsuit, to some backsuits area. The backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've gotten. Sorry, that's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. Holy shit. My tongue is so bad today. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Oh. Yo, stop her hurting her, please. She's suffered enough. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in brute surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions there. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Oh. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Now, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that warning, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intent of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader, Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back. Akira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So friggin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Something to do with the portal? Presumably a form of technology utilized by the Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Sir Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But H, and I, where they particularly lead. It's all blurry. I have no idea. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor map in progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one sinner Ryoshu mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? And why even bring me along? I feel so bad for it. Can someone please? Let's get her on like the like the LCCEA for no reason. Just please. Just give like Ongdu like a particularly weird like vibe. Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon, an elegant white door opened before us. Oh man. Shall art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? Is that part of the whale? Oh, shit. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. Have you ever seen a taxidermy genius? It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. On one sec, chat. Anyways, after a moment, someone shouted the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit. The scales is insane! That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shot... And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified. Outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. Though RoboUnc did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Eh. This looks crazy sick, though. The vibe really hits. Oh god, why am I having hiccups? What? This day is so sick. It's just so scuffed. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side. Literally surprised in a way that she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred, of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. Contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with the Maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, you'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Whoa! Buddy, you got a lot of shit hanging out, huh? Is that a peacock? Wow, that's a lot. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. I love how, by the way, that the like different schools have like I mean, this is probably me overthinking it, but like I like how the different schools of like the Ring have their own pieces of music that like accompany it. Or like Corporism was very classical. Like wow, that presence, kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Treating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As Tintin thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. And the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Look, yeah, I want to turn the music up. Oh, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if my memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. Say that again? You're the maestro whose lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, wasn't it? That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still as sly as a raven's. Unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember because you brought the I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable artwork. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members with an incensed glare sparkled by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable junction to a trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote's removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he had opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Val's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Val's sighs and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however... Hi, Dr. Phil! Welcome to the stream! It seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshi's blade. Araishiki. Araishiki. My tongue is so cooked. My tongue is so cooked. My tongue is fried. I should just replace it. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if my Meister's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. House is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Raishiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let go of us easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do you as you did in HC's mansion. Oh, in Heathcliff's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. For Ryoshu was quite clear. Resonate with a gold bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Araishiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance. I'll at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from the students and dochens. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Yoraishiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the house of spiders used to bind the Yoraishiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? No, that's unexpected. The rumors of you mastering that relic. Were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. I should have probably gave her a slightly feminine voice then. My bad. But it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. Holy shit. Can't speak. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success? Or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide. Where do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What do you want about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answer. The deadly venom. Sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Then seized the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a beer thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread. But it felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine. Linked like a chain. And the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admired their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned through than a single... It's over for me. It's just so over. What better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of a nurse father's, only more primal and untempered. Consider her a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim. Is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute ago. Step aside. The attack from the Eagle Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As they scrambled to equip the series with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast like a bandage midway through its hurling motion. The one who intercepted the blow. Yeah, it was Kira! Oh my gosh. Put her in the roster, come on! Ah, shit! It was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos on yourself. You must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? What if I know? I'm already regretting it, alright? But they're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent. But the body shows the clash head on. So the behavioral facets of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut up, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized already. Lifting locks. Now! Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke the Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The Maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? It's a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only their renowned fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. I apologize to everyone in the stream. I am completely fucked with my pronunciations and shit. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will save the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. Oh yeah, she got nuked. Oh, I'm sorry, Dante. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the student of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in her right mind would want to take. She lowered her hand in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You. Don't just stand there. Get over there. Get over here now. Huh? But these guys would come flooding in if I... You TTM. Want to get cleaved in half again? Oh, you talk too much, okay. You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Locking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again. Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut out. I have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Full cut. Think you could still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross have formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have on my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and whenever. Woman who is not even on the backup. Huh? Hang on, I just need to finish this fight. Everyone to be. Okay, let's see what's up with the school here. I assume they just deal sinking and bleed.
LIMBUS 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に
I'm really glad that we're getting more active with the with like the Durante stuff. Players do not have bleed, inflict +3 bleed count. Okay. Okay. I see what this is about. Okay, so this one... Wait, what does that say? First step is always but a single animal. With every request for ardent verity, another beast is laid atop the previous specimen. Okay. And then this one is the sinking, counterpart, let's say. Okay. I mean, I think this is a good start. Although, no, I should have probably done a counter person word, yeah.
재밌네.
Fuck, that's my bad.
좀더 어설플
Bro.
거라고 생각했거든.
Okay, I was about to say that would have been really annoying.
제법이야.
効果的な攻撃でした。
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Wait, she didn't heal SP off that?
망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
Wait, where was the SP heal? It's not this one, is it? No. I think I might just be crazy right now. Let's see, what was I thinking? Right. Do this, this, this. And this, and then this. This. Actually, no, it's one-sided, so it wouldn't matter. I really want to use QQ as well, though. That sucks. Yeah, let's do this. This is going to be a pretty nutty nuke that we have ready.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네요. 그렇게는
엘리트 오페레이터 하나는 오자마자
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예스.
Alright, she entered her low kentological flow state. Let's go.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
None of those words are in the Bible.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
Yeah, I swore that skill 3 sorry, that coin 3 gave you SP heal. Am I tripping? Although it might have been just this one. Okay. Back to it then.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
And that girl has pride as the middle? Come on. Also, how did you lose that? Ow. Nice. Gonna take a bit of a beating though. It's not too bad. The bleed parts are a little bad though. That's the only thing.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아.
I don't feel like I'm using Rogia to her fullest right now, though.
달라지는 건 없어.
That's a one-sided guard. I mean, honestly, I could probably just do this. Yeah. We can get the, yeah. Perfect. Alright, you song, fuck 'em up. I mean, granted, it's not a lot of damage, but the damage is not what we're here for.
가져갈래요.
Almost, damn.
とても効果的です。
Oh, but here's on Will. With a steel chair! Nice.
인간이 다른 인간을 많이 죽이는 건 질리도록 봤어. 지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 죽인 거야. 그래도 똑같아. 그건 더 많이 봐왔거든.
She just unlocked that form and we're literally about to fucking end this fight. Oh, student! Student!
또 하나 늘었네.
Student!
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why short it like that? Just say duh or something, or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Oh, I love Ryoshu. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 50%. With this by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan dresses with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Favists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf, clock. And those Favist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors. Both the origin and the destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on to the House of Spiders so soon. Huh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Phobos Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of the concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new Scabbard's fault? Ryoshi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint? 'Twas seen by all, indeed? Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead. You tagged us now, damaged some devices, so we're gonna have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. The other back doors, or just the... What's the word? Okay, BRB one sec chat. I just need to turn on the AC. It's not gonna be a big BRB though. I'll just leave you with this for review, alright?
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같아요.
Okay, I'm back. Like, y'all have no idea how, like, hot cold this room is. It's really bizarre. It'll be a while before we get ourselves, though. Damn. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by LIMBUS Company following Operation Spider Pirate. It did not exist prior to the House's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11 sign and the manifestation of a possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded. The analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again with the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Oh, it's kind of spooky, isn't it? It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshi. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshi and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Does it say kick me? Oh. Snack thief. Manager. Karen Snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all the... Oh, I thought that was from Ezra. Sorry, but I think there's been some sort of misunderstanding. Berg. Kick his ass. Whoa! Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Caravan also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer if you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen.
Karen, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day.
Deploying super past bitter candy.
Beep, beep. Mode disable.
Not sure if it's an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me.
Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy.
Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled back the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth.
Wait a minute. I was saving that for later.
Assumed you were being picky.
Roja, picky? Well, now you know. Did I still see you gobbling up my share? Ugh, he took my snack too, Berg. Kick his ass.
Rojan Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well.
Chill, that's how it's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this.
Because now I know. The lines of Virgilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. What would help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity? I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research of the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Well, I mean, Dante's here now, so we could try something. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sona said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson?
Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? And Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Roja gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then? Right, Sinclair from the future said that each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition. But it would seem that the researchers are coaxing for the hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit of the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? That precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of the singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing can come from then nothing can come from then nothing can come out of them dragging Sinclair off without research. Fuck. My tongue is so bad today. Maybe it's just the bad sleep I've had today. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old player wouldn't even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a skin sample. Sorry, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or what's the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness? And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Perhaps they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. Such a case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, and the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. Well then, nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, remember you're not. That future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him still gotta be left in there somewhere. Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps you can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? I heard you kicked off proper out there. You can pull out the tricks we picked up from that Placido Giza, right? Not just that. He was using that bonk technique quite effortlessly, too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. I don't think we've ever had Mong on any of the identities so far, right? Just Shin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like just Shin. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances the physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes it real helps one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to the members. Technique, yeah, something like that. Look at it. That Black County leader, the lay handprint. And the nose folds we fought. Whole lot of them's finger on, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, or even among the LCD. There were those who came to wield it. And Vergilius, too. So only the proper hard bastard can use it. Some plushed up end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, Sinner slowly turned the gaze toward Vergilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, Chill. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, but I can spare some rumors, so they're all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixes and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayst thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really. Spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest Mag bonus fit? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up ore farm with it.
Thank God to whoever does the English localizations, man. You are a god.
Straight up ore farm with a shiny mong wrapped around the weapon. It must be that my eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Were you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the video tape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video. Tape.
Alas, for many a week I've been stranded from Effie, giving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Ugh, woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of avenging fixers.
As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cuts into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin Grants uses a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it.
That power lies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands could reach levels comparable to the ego you use.
You mean to say that it exacts its toll upon the mind?
I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. Shinsong? Let's go?
From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it's not unreasonable to assume that we could make use of it.
Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield shit. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training.
Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Brigide's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon.
Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can you argue with that? True. If I were to exaggerate, even Cinder Yisong's pre-contract self could manage to learn it.
Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison?
Well, because you're the wimpiest one here.
Don't let it get to you.
Just don't skip leg day. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power that anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon extraordinary circumstance. Check that. Would have been useful.
Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mong.
Really?
I think I may be misremembering. I'll have to recheck. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get strong without a stupid crutch like that.
Oh, he's one of those guys. Huh. It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place.
Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers.
I should read a distortion to say that about after the fucking Leviathan. I need to remember which chapter I am with Leviathan. But at the same time, I'm getting into Resident Evil Requiem, so it's a bit fucked for my priorities, huh? Kira must have noticed too.
Or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back.
Either way, she held her tongue. Her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence.
I already said I get it.
As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case at disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you'll be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Bedelia said that I could argue with. Here I have been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving her alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversation about whatever happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. Oh boy, it's time to hear about the sword now? I really need to see what's up with fucking Gregor now. Like, that boy is suffering. Suffering for real. I don't know how many notes there are. To present the conclusion first. No. The notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. That would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by willman. It was a reunion of sorts. One that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean that the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even the infinitesimal chance. But in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, managed Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. Ah, but we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sinners Ryoshi's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, a further analysis on the scabbard itself will be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. You should still be in the Ring Nurse Father's headquarters. Sorry, in the Ring Nurse Father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there. Found his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he can start in our conversation. Alright then, before we go. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Right. Oh. Why is it left click sometimes? Sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to check carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'd be held accountable without exemption. Yeah, sure, whatevs.
Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the rings corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. Blah, 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 fuck. I know we can rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. Says you. Please. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers and under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not kidding how I just keel over the moment you summoned me. It feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I seek by your side and scrap it out myself. Probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did if shit hits the fan. The research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always sell some of them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Saru. Okay, it is just 15 stages. Gotcha. Well, thank you for the looting booze, you kind stranger. Okay, but surely someone has the Berceau thing now. Bro! Bro! Please! Okay, whatever. It's fine, it's fine.
교류회 설레네요.
Ah! You've arrived. I was waiting for you. We slipped through and isolated the doors with the highest probability leading to the ring's gallery. The next step will be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates... doors? Yep. That door over there... Oh, shit. Again. That door over there? Pretty sure connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Abina going in. All hyped up about some canned... or whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle? How about go in there to cross out vengeances? From what the book said, it's probably a turret protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even just about a single door. Here was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more corroborative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up our spite. Perhaps she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, executive manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the oven with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? I'll look about the same. Just start with the closest one. But Alan did say these doors are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest doors Heathcliff told me to, Yosu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door feels familiar. Did you recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Yosu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. A memory just now. Maybe tied to Araya. Let's start with that door. Okay. This one, yeah? Here we are. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shut the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. This place is... Invite State. It seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every soul Buccaneers are dragging some animal along. Means they got somebody to bed. Proper rich love this place. Walk the path that Yoshi mentioned in her story. And I started people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Sar? Yeah. I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Sar was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, man. Why isn't she getting any better? Give her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Sarah? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. I was there as a kid? Apparently, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Hey, Clock. You said you could show them my memories willy-nilly. Come on. You know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, the memories seemed to manifest for everyone around. Just like what we experienced in H-Court with Hong Lu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? It's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? This doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dao and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. What's that adorable hound, that companion of the old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. Because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through. Jesus Christ! The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal! How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru, in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain. And I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, they both looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. He said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. Tonto that would whine and yelp in Sarah's voice with every swing. No way. I always knew there was something creepy with the Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Sarah. That Tonto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. I ride nuts of that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in like a dormant's, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight. And I felt pity. So I certain would remain over time. With my own hands. What am I thinking after hearing all that? Why do you still mess with that owl thing, then? Let's be honest, I've seen something like that. You want to see well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called arbors were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't had checked out the other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse father, so maybe I'm just new when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any herb vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more. There were some facets that suited my taste. I'll find its appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you told me about Callisto, looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Oh, bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... Scabbard moved, and Ryoshi came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though recorded between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying for nightmares. In the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of bringing stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else here worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshi's back. She stood in front of the artworks covered... Fuck! She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right there. There used to be a huge artwork display here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt an installation of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Miss Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to her room. I was hugging something in my arms. I was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. You could tell Ryoshi everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. It's hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation of emotion for what's been empty begins to entangle with Ryoshi's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with the small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up stirred Ryoshi's memories any further. Wait for something here. I think we're done. Huh? What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind attendant swords. Those ring assailants from before. Dost thou not say how's that sealed the door earlier? Then how did these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated by an entirely separate route. Another back door. Yep, another one? As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of the ring bearer's father's artworks. Get on with it. Need to move as many pieces as we can before we can pull out. Wait, but I thought Robot was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does the artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques? Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. Blah, blah, blah. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Oh, this is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Nice. Looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the Sona's reply this time, but it should be fine. Is it even worth doing this right now? I mean, yeah, we might as well. Actually, no, we'll do skill 2 first, so we can do what's the word? Where's Kira? She is. It looks like most of the same stuff. Okay.
너희 보조사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을
Okay.
거야.
Thundercleave.
그
Let's go.
사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있어.
Nice.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Fuck him up, Roja.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
이 정도쯤은.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, that's not good. Wait, he's about to ult the fuck out. Let's do that then. Yeah, we can do this. Nice! Here she goes.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇구나.
이제 힘이 겠네요.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면
Oh,
좋겠어.
he's literally about to pull another
사람을
one.
죽이고 싶지 않았다.
That's crazy.
너희도 세피라들도 처음부터
Already?
알았어야지.
Okay. Let's get to it then. Yeah, we can do this.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Alright, and you're dead. Will we ever get fucking, like, the clothes in time, like, skill? Or is it just always, like, gonna be this much of a stop?
새삼스럽지만 그게 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Nice. Was that almost a stagger? Oh, it was.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Oh wait, no. Now I think he's gonna do closing time, and then Don Quixote's literally gonna be robbed of. She's robbed of another power skill 3.
재미없네. 이거라도 전해줬어. 일깨워 주시는군요. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Oh god, she's fuming. She's fuming. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but what the hell were those lot coming from anyway? When's just the first wave? How were the souls legging it from the back like they did, like they've been lurking somewhere else? According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with bags of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, this is designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest that we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connecting loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Here seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as she was going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just been locked in, as if she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got something to tell you, like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as home. And my memories of it are all fragments at best. Scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps I wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way he could. And accompanied by his tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 많이 울리지는 못하더라도
Please.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Okay, yeah, I don't have enough numbers, so... What's the amount again? Yeah, 1K, okay. Definitely not enough.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. I spy thither half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hardly many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch, too. As Kira said, only a conspicuously empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCU researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As to the leather and the ornaments, They said they'll be selling tomorrow. Yeah? Oda seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she smoked with faint nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know. So come this way if you want in. Those 2 doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to Ascorp. And that one reinforces the sealed leads to V-Corp backstreets, where I haven't lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself. Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had asked us to explore that. Created by Kira and accompanied by Alan. Check the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. But thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, back doors are just too bloody convenient. The portals too. Ain't doing anything shady like them warp trains either, is it? That's the simplest turning the knob and entering. This way you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with that too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your attempt was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Happily said. Well, this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you provided. Do you understand that the Wayfarer Company's primary services includes pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance? Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers of our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secure path. Well, secure. I would say our operating costs is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet on. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. It must be his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything that... Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he simply seen too much to be fazed by most orders. Still, hard work's gotten considerably easier for this job, thanks to the help of everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I had expected. Very well then, let's take a look at this last door. It's just the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over into the threshold, Reese carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. One of my claw cans. This one connects somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Where's that ring a bell? Hang on a bit, it's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has sold to Mulu, the private hair salon. Oh no. Heathcliff chimed in with shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Whew, does that signify then that we should finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Put it without luscious nonsense, lass. That encouraged me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous Oz back in the lake. Indeed. Alas, it is true that punishment brought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Must thou not agree, young Heathcliff? And to put the coupons to you would remedy thy pain a smidge. Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Mulu place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fan for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, so I... What am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause and like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why... It's so true that these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unesthetic BC. The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten this. That's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryosu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, Sims had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryosu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer cause to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I can recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know out of that conflict within me, trifling and applicable they may be, that we are all compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into. To really get what he's into, really get what he's talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Without shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fate, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't bullshit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand things I really cared about. Even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy preconception of that man? Like the perception of that man. That I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't this something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I've never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias has been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No wait, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video where he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going off, "I'm going to school, Dad," in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. I don't... Kira went on. Ryosu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryosu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean when she said she had never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The one that I willed it, the scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. It was a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. Sure, it was a school. Not like an art academy or something like it. That makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not like a school. Academy of Arts. Perhaps she muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with a stethoscope and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Oh! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad? How do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to such an institution where we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, reading is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide on an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescriptive prayers. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that they used scared me when I wasn't alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would. But all we ever did was nod along the lectures and spout purple prose. All the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corpus techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the medic is before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corpus stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't even know what the point of this log is. Trying tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in the book. I'm more excited to learn about Cupid's technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? You meant because your daddy the lame corporate? Oh, is she? No wonder her stuff is just... Oh. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Just one of those tantrums that bad age kids have. Kids will be kids, and all that. I'm home, Dad.
Hey, buddy. You're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over.
Got into a fight.
A fight?
Yeah, they keep saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them.
What about you? They didn't hit you anyway, did they, buddy?
On my cheek, but it's okay. Because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good?
That's my girl.
Dad? Where are you going?
Oh, you know. It's got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad will be home before you know it.
Okay. Is it bro business?
No, it's family business. I see what's so bad about taking care of your own, Vim. Sorry, I see what's so bad about taking care of your own. If somebody else don't respect unless you be beaten into them.
If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you. Then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head.
What?
Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family? That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end.
Oh.
Huh?
There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after.
Dad?
This is... I feel so bad for Ryoshu here, and it's literally only because I know that this must be embarrassing as fuck. I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got lost. But I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards drinking mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many So many sniveling brats here. Well, that's for their crimes. Well, I slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructor as well. They would agree that they did they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, person to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use of what sits on their shoulders, huh? How do you like it, buddy? Pop is the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worth of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias wouldn't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy.
I don't wanna...
Yoshihide?
I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't eat friends anyway.
For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find about the things I held dear. Because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than any right to. Every contract that took away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about. I don't remember what. But I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly in Ryoshi as Ryoshi recounted their past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya. A memory that without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, his foot briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything equal at this point. From everything we know, the brain nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood.
Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robong was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf?
Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Alyssa left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. He was made of heads.
Heads?
Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Y'all, how was Rian not the least worst out of all of them? It's just emotionally distant. You just made us the details, lass. What about that cover? Do you guys want to hit back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before I head back? Shut up, you. That ain't it. What the? Those folks working out of the salon. What's they have hair treatment for? What was anything? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in a different districts of the city, especially that of the Favis scale. However, various evidence, such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they're in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle, you're smack dab in the middle of protected turf. Assassine and Bros and Sisters in the middle here in a second. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention.
We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the house after us too. Sounds like you've got a good instinct. Talk. Ever play whack-a-mole? Like, why can't we give ourselves a countdown? Step back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emerged complications past the door, we've concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Oh, wait, that door leads to a zone under Singular Wings protection, wasn't it? That doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Poppins began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but can't be helped. I summoned the sinner back to work. Oh man, they're having me talk the fuck out this fucking intervalo, man. Not that I'm mad.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든. 새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
What the fuck?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
건드렸겠다.
エリートオペレーターの身の腕前です。敵は深手を負っています。
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
サンタさんの作戦、とても効果的でした。
이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
Nice.
따뜻한
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが、私たちは止まれません。
It'll probably be Oh no, it's trim to the medium. Okay.
좀더 어색할 거라고 생각했거든.
나쁘지 않아요. 効果的な攻撃でした。
보여드려야겠군요. 웬만한 예술을. 여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
Yeah, probably dead. Besides, countering one's over here.
Well, SP, by the way.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 명령 무능한다고 달라지는 건 없어.
I mean, I would say I could do a nuke here, but at the same time, everyone's about to nuke here anyway, so... it kinda doesn't matter. Nice! Okay, it's perfect. Oh, closing time. Get ready, buddy. It's over. Yeah, that's fair.
저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요. 필수제 가져갈래요. 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간
약지에 감긴 새 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은
We're getting
세
so
가지
close to you, Pokemon.
비록 지금 제
Let me
작품이
in!
만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Okay. And that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you, folks, you managed to cut the door catalog report by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumb's corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? Manager expressed interest in the aforementioned intel. That. In the Thumb's corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumb's members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. All the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting. They helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valencena's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up that useless shit this whole time? Is this where we're gonna find out what happened to make her lose that like position so early? In like the same day too, I think. Useless shit. Permanent of a desperate search for a threat to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. Oh. Oh, sorry, no, I misread that as like other textbooks here.
I marked any doors that need to work. I've marked any doors that need work with the drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take. I've got some leftover work to take care of over here. So I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything relevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, though he didn't even register what was said. Following our conversation with Cicero back at Peakport, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Yeah, basically. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Exit done. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in here. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective. Some stuffy guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. What? Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hongwoo's. Gregor's back? The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss the issue with the manager once this consultation is over. With the summoning? Yeah. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hongwoo's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation in the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. You're right now where it happened, but your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but still having a hard time believing it, or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring at me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way. For me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geese is always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him.
He's sharing such an interesting story about himself for once. Why walk away?
Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. War wasn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind finding hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash disease. You never know when the symptoms
You never know when its symptoms will settle off. Ugh.
Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the paths of the sinners, even if they had killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that pressure. I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... First, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to rocking good. But through our journey, I came to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreets thug with his arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, that alone made me hope. Exception. Potential to be harmless. Weaker than even a non-combatant like Iso. Maybe hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. Same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on. And nothing else. It's really big. It brings me back years. Memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Guess you kicked me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You could walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will be still facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. That's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city would have some more to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Lu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, even Valencina, that piece of work. You can't attach a number of our misfortunes to... Can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if they're something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you'd walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with the fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people talk too much. You sound too much like the cacophony of the war. Like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying.
and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Erzo, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Man, they knew we've been dropping Eves this whole time? I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Oh, well, I would have had to share this with manager, but the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA. Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. At least to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Hear it. You know which door Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just chat up a scary lady like that? She was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Wait, he went down fighting you guys at the end, huh? Said some better generosity and all that until he died. That's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? Why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him along with the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You... Look, I think you might be training wrong, because, like, not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you how to learn about sword swings from this comic book. It's not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to even have a single deviation if it needs to repay the debt it owes. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. You're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously. I thought things were going to crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. Man, we really need the fucking Pinky Apprentice though. To like, at least like shed some light though. He's been the most absent from even the main Kanto too. This one doesn't know. Let me redirect that question towards you, Tsunobu. Hopefully this touches up on one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch. Fucking fly. Where those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? You okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head out of that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages. For you. Is this kid serious? Got truckloads of expensive treatment on the ready to pass me up the moment I get back to the field. Never mind that. Stay. This works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been your years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking. Stop beating me, too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck-deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere at the visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. That's when she went right back to drinking herself to a shit-faced stupor day after day. Meetings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. Pathetic. Hold on. Why? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentina on the winning side? The war hero at that. I've heard the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp networks. The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. Does that mean that the back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes. And Gregor will be the one to open it. But... me? Yes. Others can do it for you, but what would be the point? Sure this won't just end up giving you more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. Do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then, what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started... Fuck! It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. Other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what the others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm can metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of the M-Corp psychotherapy centers. Fine then. So I'll open it up. A horrible voice crack. Sorry. Gregor walked up to that door, had its handle, and then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Sayori, why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. She can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests are far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. Welcome to the dream. Or still. In that nightmare. Surely it's not gonna make me do it again, right? It's... If I see a clear stage here, I'm gonna be so scared. Okay. Thank goodness. Oh, fixed member needed. Well, goodbye.
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면 무엇이든.
Yeah, you didn't last for long. Oh, there's the Fobis students. Thank you. I mean,
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
is there anyone that I want to replace? Because like the thing is that I could remove either of them, but that would entail losing the synergy that they both have. So I'll just put them in backup because I'm pretty sure that like we're already kind of cracked up on bonuses anyway.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
I'm happy to have Night Owl back though. It's close. Huh? It's a boring old office. I'd already be shook thinking you're about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before LIMBUS Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Those are high from the boss, man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out and tear at the slightest sound of metal clicking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Ricker grins. A bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Hires just had to holler, "Hey, that hire." Scuttle up right, and I'll scuttle right up to them. Others can't do that. Whenever people, fuck! Yeah, how does this keep happening? Is my mouse just cooked? Whenever people walked up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might just cause an accident. That hire. About the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Never gotten the job without her, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? That manager, Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leading to his other arm. There's an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. That a new job, huh? I see you got a new employee card right here. Well, so, how you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised I found you work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that, commemorative coin? Some kind of metal, right? I hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me. Asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. I hope nobody's hounding you with a bed hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, holding himself up by the bootstraps about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah blah blah. Into the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? He's still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment, fellas? Nipple Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with the kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, is that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like, they hate how their glory days are behind them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, backstreet kids like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. If you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left is to go is up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? This is my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me. Running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. It's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals.
Gee, Holly, I'm late. Hey, thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Rigger, hit me up sometime, huh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I got the chance. Man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. That's really sad, man. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Oh, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean that we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffering. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Hope you can't bring yourself to forget them. Might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. You're not wrong, though. Gregor stared his right arm for a while, hardly contemplating. Manager, bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. Kenshana. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same thing to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. And then the ring comes in here and murders everyone before we could even leave the back door. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed and even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us. Her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Aw, man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests decide to visit us through a different door. I'll look past Otis just in time to see more fathers going into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nearest father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Throw the ball. Yeah. Sorry, that's silly. Oh, why'd you play this music? Evil bastards.
나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
Oh, that's bad. Skeleton. Oh, he's already... It's actually so insane how, What's the name? He gets this so consistently a turn too.
한쌍의 상황들과 24개의 늦꼬리 차는 TBI의 멜로디가
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네.
No way.
제법이야.
Okay, thank you. I was about to say, like, no way.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 놓쳤잖아.
Thank you for the SP boost, kind stranger.
달라지는 건 없어.
관람 중인 정수.
We'll do this one instead.
감상은 어떤가요?
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고.
Almost, Kira.
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을. 여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
I don't want to spend any though. Let's just do this. Yeah, I think this might be the best option here.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
나쁘지 않아요.
한쌍의 상황들과 24개의 늦꼬리 차는 TBI의 멜로디가
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh, it's closing time. GG! GG. Yeah. It's over for you lot. Might as well give up.
감상은 어떤가요? 퇴장 시간이 되었답니다.
1k damage. Okay, bro.
サガリンバスカンパニー
And that just ended it?
유익한
また
책이
一つ
또 하나
学ばせてい
늘었네.
ただきました。
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간
Just absolute insanity beside here.
감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
6-1.
마에스트로가 되기 위해
6-1.
인정받은
Anyways.
세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같아요.
Will I see him again? Oh, please, please tell me we'll see him again. On. Come on! Bastard! Okay, whatever. Do I even have enough for him right now? No, almost. But just one more for the road. Okay. We're not getting him, fine.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
Once we dealt with the Favas who invaded the Nurse Father's Store corridor, we left for the indexes. We ran into a few familiar faces, waiting for us at our destination. Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, keeps summoning us while in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. They're so sick of it. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Taylor learned to blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in the cake I was about to chow down does make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise. That's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little. No, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other Is there something you don't remember? Oh right. You're probably just doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings a bell for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice! Ooh, pray tell. Wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and Pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere thread of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Trace I might have my recollections, yet I find it following a trail of odorless hair. Invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't... Representations of the Pinky and the Index's apprentice are missing. No, to be more precise, the merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I would trace back to our first meeting and briefly share what I knew about Sora. Huh. Doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Araishi cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner. She probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a wave. Yoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be felt of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a big idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. How about I had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and move seals to, like, even make full use of a sword. Honestly, yours need a trade-off. You're so totally power creeps papas. Tio, there's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the Index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. What was that for, Ryoshu? Would you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. won't shoot the shit until you slice it. I've hit critical failure on trying to translate this. I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard that it left a mark on my arm. Here. I don't want to read too much into it, but that scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making me worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Orion? That voices now. It sounded a lot like Arias. Dante, you saw that too, right? Yo, she didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really was her? No? And it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. You guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. You should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Here directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door. So featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozen doors we walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. It emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked skunk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here. Up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? You're only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. At least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelved, stable, and non-perishable food. The cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete the prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than a simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying man. What the heck are you doing? Cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. Will the prescript forbids you? Cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? Seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, scripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. This is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. Ryan's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Also, learning that the store connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories... Right then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive A Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it, though? Good one, Dante. Oh, I love this track. Okay, who's the target? It's, oh god. Okay, that's not good. Question my asks is, how many forms might the prescript say? They all form from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of society, the research of the index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note. And following the prescript and fulfilling its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, teaching was proxies. It is slowly perfected in into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Bael. We'll probably do this one. We'll probably do this just to make sure we don't clash that. We'll do this, this. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? Especially because she has guard and not evade. Okay, in that case, we'll probably just do this. Okay, we'll just do it like that. I don't know if there's nothing too bad will come of it.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Nice!
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에
Who's the next target? Ishmael.
그들도
Okay, that's not too bad.
빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
I mean, regardless, it looks like... Oh, no, we have much more, but... Most of these guys are probably gonna get nuked by the... by Tibia's melody, so... This is really funny, man. Okay. I just wanted to gain this here. Oh yeah, we don't have AoE until little, at least.
여기가 네 약점인가?
Okay, nice. That's a start.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해. 저 손님이라고
Everybody's the same.
예외는
Okay.
아니겠지. 어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Hopefully this is enough. Is that enough for Burger to trigger passive there, or? I guess not. New target is Roja. Okay.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
Just in case. Let's do that.
갑니다.
Fuck him up, Gregor.
빈틈 투성이군.
Shut
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해. 아듀. 해야겠군요.
The low pentalogical flow state has been acquired. Let's go.
これが必要な戦いであれば
Then we'll probably do this. Oh, cloak. Yeah, shoot. Okay. Yeah, it's wraps. It's wraps. You don't even need to think about what happens next.
빠르게
Just end it.
쳐야지.
나가서 싸워. 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설픈
Like, they're all just guaranteed dead. It's not even fun. Look! Look at this shit!
그럼 안녕히.
항상 이번에도 잘해줬어. 영감아.
Like, bro.
책이 또 하나 늘었네.
It's too much.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the DUE star. It's not like I wanted to be the DUE star. Let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly. You have a point. So what's there? Up the stairs. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting if yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Look, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what. Now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
now we have Merceau.
인정받은 세
Let's
가지
go.
작품을 뜻하죠.
Not enough uptime.
수지의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경례를 보다 돋보이.
We'll get to that at some point, surely.
예, 피드백에 따라 결점을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
Now what else do I get? I mean, we'll get to that in a second. Someone? Oh no, it's the new ID. Yeah. I should also probably update the thingamabob. Let's do that actually. On. Here we are. 7. It's Rocha. Olive Glory, and we'll update this to be at. At. I'll update everyone else's to make sure that friends can benefit. Well, those are already there, so it's literally it.
제한 명령 지역으로 이동.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도
Oh, target is Honglu.
빗줄
Okay.
눈이 멀어버렸거든.
관람 중에는 정수.
I should probably make use of that more. I think the plan is though is just to do this. Should we? Why not just do this? Hopefully that works out. I wanted to make sure that Sanguine Point Formalism was almost guaranteed with Yusong. With Ishmael's skill, but I need to make sure that Honglu is also safe. No way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the bleed count, miss.
도시에서는
That'll be
누구도
really good.
자유롭지 못해. 저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
Okay, how does he get a...
정수.
Oh yeah, it's... It's the most broken shit ever, man. Okay, target's different now, and now it's Seesaw. Hi, everybody, welcome to the stream. God, everyone's speeds here are just fucked. For this specific turn, that's not good. Yeah, and he is blocked too. I think we just have to let that roll. Where's the fight count one? Yeah, that one. Oh my god, 0 base power.
점 찍었네.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
No! Fuck. I mean, it's fine. He'll die, I'm pretty sure. Not a stagger, though. Whoa!
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
Is the target new? Yeah, it's now on move, but I mean, he can look like wipe the floor with a lot of people here. Doesn't have Thunder Cleave. It's a little bit dicey, honestly. A little bit. I mean, this one's guaranteed dead. This one should be dead pretty soon. Let's just focus on this one.
점 찍었네.
훌륭한 단말만.
삐뚤어졌구려.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Perfect.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 물어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure we're almost closing time now. Same target? No, this one's Rojo. Okay.
I want to cancel? Thank you. Okay, I mean, we'll probably do... No, not critique. Okay, yeah, perfect. We'll do it like that, because I'm pretty sure the Fragile will pretty much just kill that guy. I don't think we need to worry about the uncertainty there. How? Okay, not staggered though. We'll take we'll take that at least.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를
Now they're
묻혔죠.
both about to nuke. So.
몇명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Oh my god, he has. Long story short, it's over. Like, it literally does not matter. These people are all going to die. Stiletto. Yeah, goodbye.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕히.
재밌네.
저희
난
영화가
너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Nice.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
Is that legal? It is. Okay, good. That's very good. That's very good. Students.
의도는 모르겠지만
Students.
이걸로 공평해졌네.
Okay. Yeah.
양밤이
Let's do
떠올랐어.
it. I mean, it's not gonna matter. This is literally the last enemy, anyways.
가져갈래.
이제 한숨의 상황들과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
공들여 적어둔 매뉴얼이
It's taking all that shit though. Okay.
1분밖에 걸리지 않네.
Not for long. Yeah, it's over.
어중간한 예술은
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door, like there was some big secret behind it. This is the exact. I swear to God, is this not the CG where Roland was like laying down on the couch with like a drink in his hand? Alright. Look at just any other average family home. Oh man. I get cleaning up's a chore, but you should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings. And dolls too. It seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Something have happened in here? Something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and he never got to return. Yeah, also there's lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. The hole in the shoe? Someone fled from home for some reason. Never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories.
So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rian. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. By some miracle he survived. There's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but... Something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... You recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. You've been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, you responded by softly shaking your head. No. You don't. Okay.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
Oh, Sungri? Oh no.
지금 제 작품이 만인의
Uh-oh.
심금을 울리지는 못하던
Uh-oh!
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보여.
Okay, that's slightly concerning. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna be real quick. Okay, I'm back. Let's just see what this one's all about, huh? Or that, can we get a little bit of type former so, please? Yes! Finally. I'm sorry, Gregor, but I just have to.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while. But didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work! Now that leaves us just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. So thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies that they were happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returns to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. Some of the small design differences between each room that helped tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch picture clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Someone you'll have met too, I think, it was, must be another one who was severed by the Araishiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ron. The Pinky Apprentice. A TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. It's about that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, said back at K-pop that you cooked up before. Like, that you cooked before. You were talking about this, huh? Yep.
I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. Your views were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning yeah. Unbelievably mouth-watering. Scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh?
Having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What do you usually make?
Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school. With sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? Yeah. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real-life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the same difference once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? Ah, the knife? But, Tommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I don't understand. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Yoshi and Araya share. Sinners, me and Araya. Even as a scabbard. I can imagine and recall them in full. But for Ryoshi, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places... Do you want to check out what's upstairs, too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open that door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. Marceau, who realized what that indicated, egged me to the back of the line. In a mere moments. So, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figured they'd some more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet tog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh! My goodness. I really like that. Wolf mask? It really is, as Maester Emilia Benoist said. This place is already occupied. If you'd be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Mr. Callisto's art is located? The questions came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Phobos we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of possibility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Roboink's stuff ain't part of this house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. I'm not here looking for his creations. They're easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes was bearing down on Ryoshi. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. Let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Phobos got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, that Ryoshi currently has possession of the Araishiki. They want Ryoshi for themselves, whether she's completed it or not. Ryoshi as she is now. Isn't that intriguing? For once. My name is Rutho. Yoshihide. The blade coveted by the Five Fingers. Mr. Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a Dochin of Favism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? I don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As suspected, Airship declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily in the Dochin's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on you on our usual method of ushering. How are her odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a Dochin of the school of Favism. Her position is comparable to that of a couple of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's mitre. With a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Heng. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Marches are HOHOM. Half or half more? I like those odds. Half of or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that it is no less than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. The Zuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than arts. The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting meister will create such mundanities and call them arts. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you will be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. Scorched corridor, the ferry from which you scarred the walls and floor. There were frenzied beasts that torn through them. There was but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. These have got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I asked you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession with the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call the Fa? These are the subject matters that have led us Fa into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among our ring's art, or not. I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the sight you claim to have seen? Didn't the sight you have claimed to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work too shows such multi-layeredness. Your keenness often entails mundanity. Yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly, a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. Sorrow condensed to a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason. the fading gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signify, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Here she readied her scabbard. Pointillism, Fauvists, Supremacists, late Blaurateurs, Cubists. I visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Access is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is a possibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of many meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort the mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. And I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do. I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. Oh. Don't you have a human heart? I, a doctor of l'hypophisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Uh-oh. Well, here we go. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, so what do you got? A 2 protection for every ally, obviously the ring. If this unit could use critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection to heal 5 SP instead of starting next turn. Okay. If there are no ally Fauvists of the ring, gain 2 fragile and reduce this unit's SP down to 0 instead. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack rate, this is an ally of the ring. Have the said unit attack, take the attack instead. Okay. If an ally Fauvists of the student was defeated, to counter refill its vacancy with a same student unit. Oh, that's annoying. Every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gains. Okay, fragile. Okay, that's fine. Interesting, the outward appearance of each animal has a distinct purpose. And with less Fauvists are the ones who awaken and just stress the severity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Okay, this is just offensive defense level. Stagger recover. Maybe effects of fixed panic. Okay, so she doesn't change panic type. It's a minus 7 HP in new pattern. All effective in those two unit. Oh god. Okay. One might ask, what even distinguishes this bubble from packs such as Heishu's, hardcore packs, and more that incorporate beasts into their identities? A reasonable theory of that there is no doubt. To that I say we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastiness into artistic consumery. Sorry. Costumery. While the Heishu's have mindlessly jammed it? Or is it iammed it? I think it's jammed. Jammed into their arteries. Sorry, into their anatomy, destroying their aesthetic qualities. You
could say my mind's a mess today. I think, yeah, this is the same thing. Oh, but Remnant of Art. Okay. Not bad. I mean, the thing is that we have a lot of... We have a lot going on here, ma'am. I hope you're excited. Let's just say. Perfect. Oh, this one's hitting Heathcliff. Okay. I mean, that's not too bad. Doesn't look too bad anyways. Oh god, but we're leaving one out. Okay, yeah, we might just have to do this one. Let's just hope that there's enough bleed by the time we get to that.
Sauvage.
I'm surprised that you won that. And I'm surprised that you lost that! What are you doing? Sir. Heathcliff. Sir. Well, Heathcliff and Verso both failed me. It's really sad.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
먹잇감을 앞에 둔 개를 불러 세우시.
I should probably check his thing now. Okay, that does feel like a worse rodeo though. That is very much a spiritually 2-star ID. I'll trust you to do that. I should probably do that. Okay, this feels like a perfect turn, honestly. I should probably swap this around now. Yeah. Okay. Although, actually, we could probably do an assist attack, right? Sorry, no, like an assist defense. Yeah, to do this. We'll do that in this. We'll try that in this set. Okay, thank you. I was about to say, hold on, that would have been embarrassing.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Nice. Oh my god, I forgot this is the 20 quadrillion coin usage fucking skill.
Alright, she entered her low kineticological flow state. Let's go. What the fuck? Does any one of us have Alec Flash? Whatever this thing's called. It doesn't look like it, no. I think we're fine to deal with this. What does it do anyways? Okay. I don't have to lose count. Okay, max once. Okay. We're probably better off doing this for her at least. Actually, do we benefit more from doing this right now? No, I think we're safe just doing that. Probably just do this. And the good thing is that we have we have a very good turn for that. And then Honglu doesn't have to care. Ideally, I want you to care. Let's do that. Let's care. And then we can try this. Okay. Let's see what's up.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
뒤는 내게.
짜증나게.
재밌네.
And so you say you hate corporism, huh?
어설플 거라고
Interesting.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은
And where are your allies, ma'am?
발톱 모양의 상처 어울리는 마무리는 강렬하게
タンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
LOL. Oh, but no, she has no bleed now. That's a little bad.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
This one is oh, it's this fucking shit. Yeah. Oh, we have closing time. Yeah, get ready, buddy. It's over. It's over for you. Just saying. Why is this thing glowing? Is it the conditions? I think it is the conditions. Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to signify. Can probably do that. Yeah.
감상은
나가서
어떤가요?
싸워. 뒤는
It's a big damage turn, but at the same time she has a ton of protection, so it's not like it really matters.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕히.
エリートオペレーターの身の上で
영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
40. 먹죠. 매뉴얼을
Nice.
만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
And then this is being powered on.
네르토 정렬. 원색적으로.
It's not a lot of damage, but it's fine.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩. 내가 공부력 때문에 애장파. 특별히 보여줄게.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도
Wait, this
처음부터
is
거리를
expire on
하지
turn end, right?
말았어야지.
Please tell me it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say that it does, so you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. She has a lot going on there. Well, you could do this one. And then the rest will go all in. We'll go super duper all in. Actually, no, you know what? I think this is a perfect time to do Hong Lu's assist defense, at least for this thing. Okay, why is it bugging with the... There we go.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간입니다.
Although there is a chance that... Yeah. Okay, why not even bother?
나쁘지 않아요.
임파스터.
You are worthy of the privilege to behold my prize needle. Oh no. Oh, now we're just going band for band. Okay. We can go band for band. I'm just trying to use the powerful attack. Okay. What the fuck? Slot target by this unit was that to aggro. Reduce the increased damage with this effect by 5 aggro stack. On Flash News, gain 1 damage up. Is this upgraded? Oh, no, it's just different now. Okay. Oh no. It's a third phase? Okay. Need protection, gain 2 fear protection to turn off for every type of negative effect on this unit, and Flash uses using burst forth. Burst forth the pulsing crimson under your skin. Gain 2 cards with this effect instead from the next turn. Okay. Is that going to be her big skill? I imagine that's going to be her big skill. I don't see it here. Let's just see what's up. Student. Student. What do I want to do here? I think the best thing to do here is to maybe just get Hong Lu's defense here. Do this. This. Maybe we get Sanguine Desire up now. Probably the best turn to do it right now, honestly. Do I not have Winky? Oh, that is Winky. Not really applicable for this though. And I think for this one, we probably could go, what do we want to go? I mean, I think mine's just as good. Mine's very good. Alright, fuck him up, Faust. Let's go.
저의 뼈를 손에 잡고 저의 살로 채워라. 외면의 예술.
Granted, it's not a lot of damage, but about sending a message.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
합격장.
I'm really scared for her bleed stack. Actually, no, it doesn't look like she's losing bleed. What? Well, she's just not losing bleed count?
건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
Okay, surely that's a bug, right? There's no way that's working as intended. Like, okay, we're just doing it now.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
Oh yeah, you're gonna lose the fuck out of your HP. Okay, I mean, I trust her to do the right thing here. Resource one is a classic, right? Yes.
점 찍었네.
나가서 싸워. 뒤니까 봐주세요.
Yeah, she's not losing bleed count. What the fuck? Oh no, now she is. Okay. I think that might not. I think that might have been something that I just didn't read. In which case, my bad. Jesus, stacks here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's rough. I'll take it though. I'll take it. Now she has a lot of count though.
발톱 모양의 상징. 어울리는 마무리는 강렬하게.
Yeah, it's a good. It's a good bit of count. We're down. We're down. We're down.
40. 먹지.
And then now she's gonna make it like insanely high. Before it was not even funny. Yeah, so 12th count now. Is she gonna even reach her third phase? Disemboweling! Yeah. Does this turn end? Yeah, it does. Okay. I need to see. Oh God, who doesn't have palette?
할 말이 남았나요?
She doesn't.
내 작품에
You
의견이라도
don't.
있어?
And Honglu doesn't. I don't like those odds though. Heathcliff? Oh, Heathcliff is mega fucked. Uh-oh. I mean, maybe we could do Isong
Not this. Dimension Shredder, maybe? Dimension Shredder always has me, by the way. It's not even funny. Why do I keep saying that?
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게
Yeah, it's not a lot of things. But... Oh man, but I'm pretty sure we just lose the bleed stacks here.
불만을 해소해준
Oh no, she's just dead. Yeah, I mean,
지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌려면
bye bye.
더 많은 층을 개방하고 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Okay, I swear that like that point, like it just bugged.
이렇게
Like there's
하나씩
no,
알아가다
right?
보면 언젠간
It had to.
반드시 찾아.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가
That was a
되기
fun
위해
fight, though.
인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히
Thank you, Honglu, for
받지 않은
blessing my ears.
선보이고
I really appreciate it. We could probably just get it, right? Then we'll have enough from Marcel. Sure. That's neither here nor there. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the father's wing. At least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps... I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The Dochin raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance. Then slammed it down on the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the Dochin suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were pulled. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Oh, it's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We didn't observe the fingers all around for first time, didn't we? I see this is a pretty definite one. Yeah. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you had not been here, Kira. No, gas her up! What? They're so mean to her. They're so mean to her. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're a clock. Huh. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Really, speaking of such folly, withdraw my compatriots as mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have in her final moments elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of time. Sorry, a shortage of doors. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked through the door we'd entered through, and appeared from behind us. Shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No. Can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to read the delineations of wings and backstreets.
So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index, Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however. It avails us but a brief moment jaunt to the Pinky's nurse, while the deserted corridor before it returns us to this room. The room is now locked in the loop without a starting point. No matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? Our rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains. It will approximately be between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Roger. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the alcove branches or a dungeon, so... Makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Do with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves in my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent. Or one I hold dear. Wait, what? Don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. The Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other. It was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? There must be hitting a rig or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that cabinet and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk. Ahead of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. The Wolf Lady's last words, man? I'm seeing the flags. It's a helly risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshida and her OP sword is our best bet. Alright, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Locke. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon revealed itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Araishiki blade cleaves through the wall, so does the Ryoshu's memories. We were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, when it just began to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Then still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. It's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. Aww. Next destination. Oh, we're... Oh no, this will probably tie into the next interval with Kim. I really only know it because of Kim. I love Kim so much. I miss him. I can't believe it. Anto 9. Ah! Okay. Surely Kira joins us, right? Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop it there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh?
Did I say something wrong?
Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. We call us the aspirant W Corp. We call LIMBUS Company the aspirant L Corp. Meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. I'm sorry, are you gonna stir shit up? And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, how much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base. Shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword re-examined. Hi, Hohenheim. Results idea? Not yet, Assistant. I can clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshi sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could notice a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? I'm practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Speed up, classes. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis from an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I do believe that this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. Isn't it? It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for his results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis, and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Huh, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR. Now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think Yoshida would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, jeez, that's a full day. Unwind after work, though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the sky rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though you were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with the manager Sal? Pilot? Oh,
Or, oh, F. I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Bael wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, I don't remember his name. She forgot. Pilot's name. That she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fee upon it! Dost thou then say that the memories most precious to young Rio should be been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? With the price of unsheathing a sword like that? We're going by sheer volume. I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Regular people forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these peculiar memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Uraishiki, or, to be more precise, the power of Uraya's ego. That's so. Ryosha looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Uriah and Ryosha's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be. Severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting of which of Sinner's Ryosha's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Uraishiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. Wow, that's a mean change. Not like a bad way. That's like, that's an increased power-up. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. Can she use it whenever as long as she gives it a time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? Formed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erasing being existence have resulted in failure. That is, quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of the void in my heart, my one and only. Yoshi's gaze trains into the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod Pilot in recovery. We have not seen Pilot like in a hot minute, have we? I don't remember the last time we saw him. Did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress the distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. With all the loose threads tied up, he managed to finally, after so long, it feels like home again. We're out of H Corp. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The Cherokee used a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Wait, why are you joining us? Between the two individuals, who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Allen to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. What are you two doing here on the bus? I decided to join the better team? Decided to join the better team, did you?
I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits. But to accompany through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble some docs. Your confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? See, you exploit the fact that new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires. The prisoners are treated as exemptions of the person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery board. More problems stemming with the shortage of manpower. I best include this in a report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. I mean, what's gonna happen to Kira? I don't want to see her go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your face. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to do. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate if such reunion had a low probability of occurring. Well, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, see you later. Did I do that right? No. Acronymize into an L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radial portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Now that's more like it. Not too many long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When he has an answer to that question, never led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre. Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to Endcorp. So, we are going there after all. Endcorp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with Endcorp, Merceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same, unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Wait, is there even another one after this? Or is this literally just it? I feel like it's just it. Ah, damn, it is. Okay. Man, that was really fun. Granted, I don't think it's, by the nature of how the Raishiki works, it kind of fucked over Ren's, character writing into that, it stays as nothing. But otherwise, I did have a fun time with this. This was a blast. That did put some fun characterization though. At least for Ryoshu. I don't think it'll ever undo the damage that Cancer 9 kind of caused with how the pacing was, but I did like to see it Jabalo. Why, in fact. More of all though, I'm really happy that what's the name? I'm happy that Gregor got to get his own development of some sort.
I mean, it's definitely not the end of his character there. I imagine there's way worse in store, but just seeing an insight into how his life was before Limbus Company, and not like after like the Wing War, but more rather the the dual side of it was nice. Yeah, that's pretty much it from me. I've got everything all pulled out. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I hope I get to see you, I think it was Saturday, yeah, because I don't think I have anything up for Friday today. And then we'll return Monday with I think Unmasked Truths, right? Yeah, because I know that the demo's out. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. See you next time. Peace.